Ladies and gentlemen, keeping with the rich traditions of this island nation, our distinguished invitees, led by the chief guest, will arrive with the rich traditions of this island nation. Our distinguished invitees, led by the chief guest, will arrive in a procession of traditional Canadian dancers to the rhythmic beat of the cultural drummers. I kindly request you to rise from your seats and join me in extending a warm welcome to our honored guests. Ladies and gentlemen, please remain standing for the national anthem of India and Sri Lanka.
गणमन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मांगे गाहे तव जय गाथा जन गण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे श्रीलंका माता अब श्रीलंका Lanka Ranya Dhanaya Nekamal Palaturu Piri Jaya Bhumiya Ranya Apa Hata Sapa Siri Seta Sadhana Jivanaye Mata Pilidanu Mena Apa Bhakti Puja Namo Namo Mata Apa Sri Lanka Namo 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 Mata Upavi Apavidya Upamaya Apasatya Upavi Apashanti Apahada Kulabhanti Upa Apa Aloke Apadi Anuprani Upa Apa Jivanave Apa Muktiya Ubave Nava Jivana Demini Nitina Apa Kubudu Karan Mata Jnana Veera Vadava Minaragena Yanu Mena Jaya Bhumikara Ekamavatage Daru Kalabhavina Yamu Yamu Vinopama Prema Vada Samaveda Durarala Namo Namo Mata Apa Sri Lanka Namo 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 Mata
The lighting of the oil lamp is a symbolic element that is deeply intertwined with our culture. It is our firm belief that this act will bestow auspiciousness and divine grace upon any event. And today, I have the distinct honor of inviting the following dignitaries to partake in the lighting of the traditional oil lamp. Our honored chief guest, Professor V.K. Malhotra. Our special guest of honor, Dr. Roland Smith. The director of ITUM, Major General, retired S.K. Tirunavukarasu. The president of IIMS, Dr. Sandeep Kar. The Secretary General of IIMS, Dr. Ershad Ali. The Vice President of IIMS and the head of the research unit of ITUM, Dr. Srimala Pereira. The Secretary of the Indian Economic Association, Professor D.K. Madan. The Deputy Registrar of ITUM, Mr. Nalin Kurupwarachi. The Sri Lankan editor of the conference proceedings, Dr. Samanthi Mathugama. Member of the Board of Management, Professor Udeni Navagamuwa. To represent the NDT alumni, I would like to invite Dr. T.A.G. Gunasekara. And the main sponsor of this event, the COO of TJ Lanka, Mr. Sanjay Basnayaka. I would also like to invite one of the conference attendees to partake in the lighting of the oil lamp. Chief guest, Professor V.K. Malhotra. Our special guest of honor, Dr. Roland Smith, the Director of ITUM, President, Secretary General, and Vice President of IIMS, members of the academic, non-academic, and administrative staff, invited guests, and my dear students. Welcome to the ITUM IIMS Joint International Conference 2023. This conference is a collaboration between Institute of Technology, University of Moratuwa, and the International Institute of Management Sciences in India. A research conference of this caliber is the perfect opportunity for academics and industry practitioners alike to showcase their research and to forge professional relationships. And this year's Joint International Conference has brought together experts and scholars from over 5 different nations, setting the stage for a successful 2 days of academic discourse. Ladies and gentlemen, before we commence the proceedings, I would like to invite the following dignitaries to join us on the dais. And before I read out the names of these dignitaries, I would like to invite Mrs. Rekha Kha to honor our distinguished guests with the Uttariya. Mrs. Rekha, if you would be so kind as to join us on stage. You can just stand here. I would like to invite the following dignitaries to the dais. The chief guest, Professor V.K. Malhotra. Our special guest of honor, Dr. Roland Smith. The Director of ITUM, Major General, retired S.K. Tirunavukarasu. The President of IIMS, Dr. Sandeep Kha. The Secretary General of IIMS, Dr. Ershad Ali. The Vice President of IIMS and Head of the Research Unit of ITUM, Dr. Srimala Pereira. The Secretary of the Indian Economic Association, Professor D.K. Madan. Thank you, Mrs. Rekha. Ladies and gentlemen, the new era of industrialization is already upon us. Industry 5.0. To embrace and understand this new and exciting phase of industrial development, we have selected Industry 5.0, Prospect and Retrospect, as the central theme of this year's conference. But, ladies and gentlemen, Industry 5.0 is more than just a theme. It is a window into the future, a future that is already here. And throughout this conference, you will get the unique opportunity to delve deep into the heart of Industry 5.0. So on that exciting note, let us officially commence the proceedings. To deliver the inaugural address, I invite the President of IIMS, Dr. Sandeep Kar. And before I officially invite him onto the stage, let me say a few words about our distinguished guest. Dr. Sandeep Kar is a passionate academia, a researcher, and an education entrepreneur. He is a creative innovator in the field of business. He is the chairperson of several established educational institutes. He is also the chair and head of the Institute of Business Design in India. It is with great honor that I invite Dr. Sandeep Kar to the stage to deliver the inaugural address. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm round of applause to the President of IIMS.
Good evening, Sri Lanka. Before start our today's program, on behalf of the Conference Organizing Committee, I am sincerely apologize for the delay due to technical issues of the bus, and I extremely sorry for that. I know many people, they waited long. Trust me, this is due to technical issues only. I am privileged and honored to extend a warm welcome to all of you here. On behalf of Conference Organizing Committee, I convey my deepest thanks and gratitude to the Institute of Technology, University of Moratuwa, for hosting this meaningful event today. My deepest thanks to Honorable Chief Guest, Professor V.K. Malhotra, to grace this chair. Thank you, Professor Malhotra, for your valuable time. My heartfelt thanks to retired Major General Trinavo Karasu. He's the director of this institute. Trust me, he is the man. When I first met, he encouraged me, and the first meeting he gave the concurrence. Thank you for your kind support. Sincere thanks to my very old friend, Professor D.K. Madan. We know each other for a long time. I believe from the Indonesia conference. He is an executive member of our conference since, I believe, 2008 or so long. Thank you. My thanks to our special guest of honor, Dr. Smith. I appreciate that he came on time and waited for us. Thank you, Dr. Smith. the lady I am going to tell you, she is the pin queen of this conference. Can you guess who is she? Dr. Simala Pereira. Thank you, Dr. Simala, for your all support. And last but not least, Professor Ishrad Ali, Secretary General, IIMS International Conference, Professor AIS New Zealand. I can't remember a day when either he called me or I called Dr. Ali regarding this conference. Every time, what is happening? What's the next? Who is coming? You know, this is the global crisis in the education sectors. Our many friends from Germany, Malaysia, you know, this is the Australia, Laos, Vietnam, they're not able to come here due to the different reasons. He was worried about that. So thank you, Dr. Ali, for your all support. Thanks will be very less for you. Still, thank you very much. I extend my thanks to one of the most eminent educationalists here, Professor Abdur Rao. He is a Vice Chancellor of one renowned university in Dhaka. He has a long career in academics, research. Thank you, Professor. Thank you for here, long way from Bangladesh. Let me introduce with our executive committee members, the senior most members, Professor Joydev Shorkil, Professor Shumita Manna, Professor Anirban Sarkar, Professor Dhuloshi, Professor Shubir Bandobadhyay, Professor Bikram Chadda. See, I must give a small notes on Professor Vikram Chadda, because this concept of Industry 5, we only discussed with Professor Chadda first. And immediately, he told, yes, this is the time. Thank you, Professor Chadda. Professor Ibahal Mehti, Professor Bhadro, and all other executive committee members. Let me introduce with our collaborators, rather the organizers of this conference. International Institute of Management Sciences, the first management institute in India, received AICTE approval in the year 1991 with an academic excellence, with a wide network throughout the globe. Institute of Technology, University of Moratuwa, Center of Excellence in the technological education in Sri Lanka. I think you have seen that one. They are really the best. National University of Laos, the largest, biggest public university in Laos. Hanoi Industrial Textile Garment University. This is the only university which having a only textile vertical. It's a public university in Vietnam. Auckland Institute of Studies, New Zealand. The largest tertiary management institute in New Zealand, Professor Ali from there. University Technology of Mara, one of the largest public university in Malaysia. Southeast University, Bangladesh, Australian Academy of Commerce, Australia, and the Institute of Business Designers, India. I'll just brief you about the IIMS International Conference. In the year 2010, IIMS International Conference started with IIDS Australia, followed by Thailand, Malaysia, Indonesia, Philippines, China, Taiwan, UAE, Vietnam, Laos, and now Sri Lanka. The theme of this conference is very pertinent. In fact, this is the subject is most discussable right now. Before coming to the Industry 5, let me say something about the Industrial Revolution. I'll just take 2 minutes because everybody is waiting here and we are too late. First Industrial Revolution marked by the transition from manual production to machines. Second, third, fourth, automatically. The fourth is the most remarkable. See, this is the 3D printing technology, AI, advanced robotic, cloud, everything is then fourth. Then my question is my questions to all of you. If fourth is enough, then why Industry 5? In my opinion, see every industrial revolution focused on the technology. Even the fourth one. The fifth industrial revolution considered human interactions pertaining to creativity, personalized services, the resilience means ability to come back to the original stage. Because this after COVID, we learned that nobody here in this world to help you out. I have seen people died just for a sake of guidelines during the COVID. One of my friends is in Bombay. He's a multi-millionaire. So during the COVID, his wife left. And he called me one evening that, Sandeep, I am going to die. Trust me, I'm telling, broken up my heart, I am not able to do it. But he's a multi-millionaire. So sustainability depends if you are having that capability to reform. That's very important. And the third one, well-beings, not welfare. We do not want charity. Charity cannot develop the country. It's well-being. Grow and let them grow. This will be the policy. I'll tell you one news, rather the report from Times of India. They said, I think it is sometime 6 months back, I'm not sure about the Industry 5 promotes collaborative innovation where technology and human creativity together bring the breakthrough ideas of startup. So we are considering the startup into the Industry 5. I'll tell you a very small example. There is a grand success of ISRO, Chandrayaan 3. If you compare in between Chandrayaan 3 and Luna 25. Chandrayaan 3, the costs for the successful launch is about 75 million, whereas the Luna 25 is about 2,000 million. See the difference, 75 and 200. So this 275, how it is possible? That's due to the involved of the private sector in R&D and involved creative, innovative startups. The major part of this Chandrayaan 3 by the creative, innovative startups. See, I'd like to share one very small, you can say story. The last month, Rekha is here. We are returning from Gothenburg, Sweden. Flight was slightly delayed because flight delay is all over the world. It's not in India. Okay, so, and one gentleman I met in the lounge, and we are just discussing about that. And I came to know he's from Volvo. He's a very senior official of Volvo. He's coming to Bangalore, Volvo factory. So then, as a curiosity, because when I went my holidays also, even the Swedish School of Business also, there, the Industry 5 is rolling in my head all the time. So I asked, what you are thinking about the Industry 5? Volvo, of course, you adapted. He said, Volvo started a new program where they can adopting the ancillary and the sub-ancillary industries. Not only that, they're encouraging the startup for an innovative design. So can you imagine this is the company like Volvo thinking. Ladies and gentlemen, I strongly believe that this 11th IIMS International Conference is the newsletter to the world as a manifestation of the power of machines and mankind in the shell of technology. The main objective of this conference is to give a platform to the young, talented researcher and support society as much as we can. Dear friends, raise your hands, join in our mission, and wait for the better tomorrow. Thank you very much. Enjoy the evening.
Thank you, sir. You spoke of the ability to reform, the willingness to adapt. And I'm sure for all of our students who are present here today, that carried a very important message. And sir, you spoke of Chandrayaan 3. And as Sri Lankans and one of your closest neighbors, the success of the Chandrayaan is a point of pride for us Sri Lankans as well. Thank you, sir, for beautifully laying out the foundation for our inaugural ceremony. Next, I respectfully invite Major General, retired S.K. Tirunavukarasu, RSP, VSP, USP, the Director of ITUM, to welcome our distinguished audience.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished invitees, academics, and scholars. I'm truly delighted to extend a warm and heartfelt welcome to each of you as we assembled here for the 11th International Institute of Management Sciences and Institute of Technology, University of Moratuwa, that's IIMS and ITUM Joint International Conference. Today's gathering represents a pivotal movement in the academic and technological odyssey of the Institute of Technology, University of Moratuwa. Ladies and gentlemen, at the heart of our institute's mission lies an unwavering commitment to pioneering research, deriving innovations, and shaping the boundaries of knowledge. Throughout the period of ITUM, research conferences have been a venerable tradition, providing our esteemed faculty with a distinguished platform to unveil their latest groundbreaking research in various technology-related fields. Ladies and gentlemen, in the past, we opened our doors to universities and industries across Sri Lanka, and just last year, we achieved the international recognition for the event. Building on this momentum, it is with great enthusiasm that we join forces with the International Institute of Management Sciences this year, thereby expanding our reach onto the global arena. The 11th IIMS ITUM Joint International Conference has now firmly established itself as a prominent and influential platform for the exchange of innovative ideas and solutions. Our theme this year, Industry 5.0, Prospect and Retrospects, is an exciting and pertinent focus. It offers us a unique opportunity to step in to an exploration of advancement and insight again from the era of Industry 4.0 and how they have paved the way for innovative contributions to sustainable development across myriad of domains, ultimately propelling us into the era of Industry 5.0. Ladies and gentlemen, as a director and on behalf of the Institute of Technology, University of Moratuwa, I wish to express our sincere gratitude to Professor V.K. Malhotra, the President of the Indian Economic Association of India, for graciously accepting our invitation to serve as the chief guest of the IIMS ITUM Joint International Conference 2023. Sir, it is an honor and a privilege to have you at Institute of Technology, University of Moratuwa at this international event today. Also, we are profoundly honored by the presence of our special guest of honor, Dr. Roland Smith, the board member and the Chief Learning Officer of Brandix International and the Director, Global Learning Lab. Furthermore, our sincere appreciation extends to Professor D.K. Madan, Secretary, Indian Economic Association, and to our distinguished keynote speakers, Professor Satish Verma, Professor Viranja Karunaratne, and Dr. D.B. Vardarajan. Ladies and gentlemen, it is essential to acknowledge and appreciate the hard work and the dedication of IIMS International Conference Committee and ITUM Research Unit for orchestrating the success of this event. Special commendation goes to Conference President Dr. Sandeep Kaur, the Conference Secretary Professor Irshad Ali, and the Conference Vice President Dr. Mrs. Srimala Pereira for their exemplary leadership and unwavering commitment in assembling this remarkable congregation of brilliant minds and industry leaders together. The magnitude of an event of this nature is only possible through the sheer dedication, exceptional commitment, and tireless effort of an extraordinary team. Ladies and gentlemen, therefore, let me extend our sincere appreciation to the organizers of this event once again. Let me also welcome and extend our sincere appreciation to our esteemed sponsors for their generous contributions and active participation. Your invaluable presence has significantly enriched this conference, and your unwavering support is paramount to the resounding success of this event. Ladies and gentlemen, as we embark on this intellectual journey, I extend my best wishes to all presenters and participants. Throughout the conference, you will have the privilege to attend and witness an enlightening keynote speeches, engage in thought-provoking discussions, and explore the very latest advancements across various fields. I am confident that 11th ITUM IIMS Joint International Conference will not only be a source of new knowledge, but will also serve as a catalyst for the creation of enduring personal connection and friendship that will shape the future. Thank you all for your dedication to the pursuit of knowledge and your commitment to shaping the brighter, more innovative, and progressive future. Together, let us embrace the boundless possibilities that lie ahead in the realm of Industry 5.0. Ladies and gentlemen, I thank you all.
Thank you, sir. We are always indebted to you for your unwavering support. Next, ladies and gentlemen, we will provide you an overview of the main aspects of this conference. And to provide you this snapshot, I invite Dr. Ershad Ali, the Secretary of the Conference Organizing Committee. And before Dr. Ali comes on stage, let me give a brief introduction into the illustrious career of Dr. Ershad Ali. Dr. Ershad is a professor in economics at the Auckland Institute in New Zealand. He is a Justice of Peace for New Zealand and also a ranked researcher in New Zealand. In 2018, he was honored with the Lifetime Achievement Award for his contribution to young learners in South Asia. In short, Dr. Ershad Ali is a research legend. Sir, I kindly invite you to provide us an overview of this conference.
Thank you. In fact, it may be difficult to see, but anyway. Good evening, everybody. Honorable Chief Guest, special guest, distinguished delegates, and ladies and gentlemen. After hearing from our President, Dr. Sandeep Kaur, he presented so much details about the purpose of this conference and what we are going to do. I don't think I need to say anything, or it may not be worth to give a long speech. But to meet the protocol requirement, I'm going to say a few words. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, the background of IIMS conference is that in 2009, Dr. Sandeep Kaur and his friend Professor Karthik Roy, he is from Australia, Brisbane University, both of them visited New Zealand. In that visit, both of them, they visited some tertiary educational institutions, met academics and researchers, addressed few institutions, faculties, and they observed, particularly Dr. Kaur observed couple of things. Later on, he shared with me. First of all, he realized that most of the academics of Western educational institutions, particularly tertiary institutions, they are interested in undertaking research. I must say, it does not matter whether they are interested or not, it is part of their regulatory part of their job to undertake research. But he realized that the way, the approach, the Western world academics undertake research and the way and approach the research undertaken by the Asian countries, Indo-Pak subcontinents, is a little bit different. That means there's a gap. He observed that there's a gap of understanding of undertaking research. When he realized that, he also told me that this gap can be minimized if we can set up, if we can connect the researcher or academics of these two sides of the world, then the understanding may be minimized. That means to set up a link, network among the researchers and the academics. That is the basic thought of IIMS conference. Based on this concept, since 2009, we started work from 2010. IIMS conference, actually, that is the foundation of IIMS conference, to build network and to create opportunity for academics and researchers to generate new idea, and particularly to know that will be definitely good supportive and facilitate the quality of research and education if we know who is doing what. That is the basic purpose and foundation platform of the IIMS conference. This simple question, dear delegates, this simple question is that this type of international conference, I'm sure that most of you are familiar or directly or indirectly involved, that this type of conference is always you attend or organize, or you have observed, seen, you have participated. But in that case, why and how do we claim that this conference, IIMS conference, is actually different from other international conference? The way it is different because not only the purpose, the way we implement our idea, implement our thinking, thoughts, that is the different. Let me give one example. Suppose if IIMS, we have journals and publication, or we organize this type of conference. Suppose one author, one lecturer or researcher submit a paper either to present the conference or to publish in our journal or book or whatever. Then it is expected that we do not, or no one will accept that paper unless it fits the policy, publication policy, and also the quality of the publication of the journal. So straightway it may be declined. But the way IIMS work is that we do not decline or reject paper straightway. What we do when we receive any paper or any research paper or articles or any new idea, then even if it does not fit with the policy or quality, we feel that quality is not good enough, then we find out. We have plenty of researcher bank, expertise bank. We nominate one person, one academic or researcher who has the expertise on that topic or area, and engage that person, expert, to work with that author and continue working until it meets our requirement, that's equality and fits with policy. That's the way it is different. It means that we always try to encourage the new researcher, young generation, to come up with a new idea, participate this type of conference or do publication and so on, which at the end of the day, it helps facilitate the education system. One example, how do we encourage our young and engage young generation in this type of our activities? One example is that this year, I think our president has managed, not managed actually, because our invitation, the 4 PhD theses in progress. 4 PhD theses in progress will be presented tomorrow. This is, I think, it is a grand and great achievement of this type of conference. So thanks, Dr. Kaur, for this one. I think I don't need to mention that since 2010, we have organized conferences, Malaysia, Thailand, Indonesia, Taiwan, Vietnam, United Arab Emirates, and New Zealand? No, not yet. Philippines, yeah. The reason of this type of, why do we organize conference in every year in new location, new country? The reason is that we believe to hunt, if we can find out new idea, if we need to find out new idea, new thinking, then we need to find out new partner. New partner, and that's why every year we try to organize in this type of conference in new country, new location with new partner. That's why so far, I think we have organized, this is 11th conference, so including Sri Lanka, this is 11 countries that we have done this type of conference. I think I don't need to take long time. Finally, my speech will not be completed if I don't say a few words about our President, Dr. Sandeep Kaur, and his better half, Mrs. Rekha Kaur. Ladies and gentlemen, I must say that this conference, it is Dr. Kaur's not only dream, it is his baby. It is his dream. And I believe he will continue this work unless it is implemented. It is success. I have, in my academic work, I have last 40 years, I have met many personalities, distinguished, in home and abroad, including I visited more than 50 countries and about 50 university or institution, tertiary institution in the world. But I have never met such a person, honest and sincere and committed to work like Dr. Kaur. My sincere thanks to him, and I feel proud to work with him. Just everything is okay, but the reality is that we have some limitation. As the Secretary General of this committee, I must say that there is a limitation is that till now we are largely depends on the support from financial support from the President to organize this type of conference, which should not be continued for a long time. It should stand on its own feet. That's why we are trying to contact with sponsorship, corporate bodies, but still it is yet to success. Honorable delegates, my request to you, if possible, come forward to cooperate with us. What Dr. Kaur needs is your support and cooperation. Finally, and other than saying thank you to you, there's every year, definitely I will request Dr. Kaur to announce our next year conference venue, because this is not only the conference, you will see, and I can see many old friends, that this conference last 11 years becomes our annual family gathering. Many of us every year we meet together. And that's why next year we do not want to miss this opportunity in any way. Definitely, as the hunting new talent and new idea is the motto of this conference, I'm sure we will find out new location with new friends, hoping to see you there. My heartfelt thanks to all of you, and definitely my teacher, Professor Rob, is there. I can see you, sir. And my thanks to all delegates, and particularly Dr. Simula. Many times I disturbed her, including how to get visa to enter in Sri Lanka. She helped me. Thank you. Thank you very much. Hoping to enjoy.
Thank you, sir. You laid out the importance of networking and collaboration for academics, and you gave a perfect foundation for the legacy of this conference. Next, ladies and gentlemen, we have the concept note. The concept note will be delivered by Professor D.K. Madan, the esteemed secretary of the Indian Economic Association. Professor Madan is a professor in economics and the head of the School of Social Sciences at Punjabi University. He has over 25 years of postdoctoral experience and over 22 plus years in teaching. Sir, it is an honor to have you here with us today.
Esteemed Chief Guest, Professor V.K. Malhotra, President, Indian Economic Association, and Chairman, Food Commission, MP in India. Special guest, Dr. Smith, Professor Major General S.K. Thiruvansa Karasum, Director, Institute of Technology, University of Moldova, Dr. Sandeep Kaur, Chairperson, IIMS Kolkata and organizer of this 11th IIMS conference. Dr. Srimala Pereira, Head Institute of Technology, University of Moldova, and participants from many countries, participants from Indian Economic Association, faculty, students. Good evening to all of you on this auspicious occasion of this inaugural session of 11th IIMS conference. I extend my warm welcome to Professor Satish Verma, Vice President, Indian Economic Association, all the executive committee members of the Indian Economic Association, especially Professor Sanju Karol, Director, International Center for Distance Education and Learning, HP University Shimla, Professor Dhulasi Brindarajan, Emeritus Professor from Madurai, India. I am also thankful and extend my warm welcome to Professor Anirban Sarkar, who is the Joint Secretary of Indian Economic Association. Many members from the Indian Economic Association, especially Professor Ratna Roy, Dr. Shubhendu Adhikari, Dr. Ashmita, and also I extend my welcome to Professor Abdul Rab from Bangladesh and many other names who have come in this conference. Firstly, I am very much thankful to Dr. Sandeep Kaur, who invited Indian Economic Association, because this conference is now in collaboration with the IA. He gave this opportunity to collaboration for this collaboration. Being a secretary of this Indian Economic Association, just I brief you that in this IA is a very oldest association that was founded in 1917. The main objective of the association was to have a debate and discussion on the policy-oriented issues. And so far, IA has organized 105 annual conferences in the country. Many big guns, many leaders like our former Prime Minister, Dr. Manmohan Singh, he was also the president in 1985, and many other personalities were there. IA is doing very well for the academic discussion. And now, in this year, we are organizing our 106th annual conference in the University of Delhi. So I invite all of you to participate in the conference of Indian Economic Association at University of Delhi. And this conference will be held during 21st to 23rd December 2023. And you are most welcome there. I see that thing, the theme of the conference, that is very much important one. Because that is Industry 5.0 prospect and retrospect. I really congratulate to the organizers that they have chosen this theme that is very much important for our sustainable development. Industry 5.0 refers to the people working together with the machines and robots. And here, under this one, actually there is a collaboration between human beings and machines, robots. Because they work in the same environment, and we have to see how the robot should work and how the human skills can be improved in that sense. And in that criteria, no doubt there is a step ahead after this Industry 4.0, because Industry 4.0, that was mainly related to the Internet of Things and transformation of the industry through this automation and industrial development. So briefly, just I also tell you about these different industrial revolution, because Industry 5.0 means this fifth industrial revolution. So first industrial revolution, actually, that came with the mechanical production. And it was during this revolution came in during 1760 to 1840, the period of this first industrial revolution. And in that one, we saw that thing, that hand-made machines that were made, and a lot of production that was done with these hand machines. That was a mechanical production, and it impacted mainly this textile, mining, and some other industry, especially agriculture also. Then the second revolution came, that is known as Industry 2.0. And that is a technological revolution. And this revolution came during 1871 to 1914, before the First World War. So that was a technological revolution, and it was mainly concerned with this in the area of new technology. And similarly, thereafter Industry 3.0, the third industrial revolution, that is known as digital revolution, and that came after the 1970s and till the 20th century. So in that one, we saw so many new things, that LAN, MAN, and Internet of Things that also developed under the Industry 3.0. And next step was the fourth industrial revolution. That was first announced in 2011 by the Germans. And in this fourth industrial revolution that I already told you, that was related to automation of the industry. And some new things were developed under the interconnectivity and real-time databases that were also done in that one. Now, Industry 5.0, that is very much important one now, because the essential facts about the Industry 5.0 that were related to this aiming on supporting and not superseding the human beings. Because human beings have to support this one, support the robots, and not we have to supersede. We have not to remove some employment, human employment, but we have to take a support of that one. And similarly, this finding this optimal balance of efficiency and productivity, that is also under this Industry 5.0. And in the same sense, the main objective of the Industry 5.0 that is concerned with this human centricity, sustainability, and resilience. So, in that sense, this human-centric means that earlier organizations, people were serving with the organizations. Now organizations have to serve the people. That is a shift. That's why this human-centric strategy that is in the Industry 5.0. And similarly, this sustainability, that is also very much important one, because here we know that there are 17 sustainable development goals, and we have to achieve that goals by 2030. United Nations that introduced that goals in 2016. So we have to make industry sustainable. Sustainability, that's why it is a very much important thing. So in that sense, just I can say a very important thing that if we have to implement this Industry 5.0 model, then naturally there is a need of the big investment by the government on that. And we see that one, these sustainable development goals, these well-beings, and many other things that are related to this one. In fact, Industry 5.0 that was firstly announced by the European Commission in 2021. And from that period, from January 2021, the idea is floated and that is being continuously discussed. So I hope that this concept we have adopted in this conference that will give some important suggestions that are to be followed by our governments for the smooth development of the world economy. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for giving the audience a brief glimpse into the history of the Industrial Revolution, culminating with Industry 5.0, which, as you clearly pointed out, is a fusion of technology and humanity. Ladies and gentlemen, the most awaited item on the agenda is now upon us. It is with great honor and excitement that we now proceed to the address by our honored chief guest, Professor V.K. Malhotra. I invite Senior Lecturer Dr. Premila Semananda to shed some light on the remarkable achievements and the illustrious career of Professor Malhotra.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to read the profile of our chief guest, Professor V.K. Malhotra. Professor V.K. Malhotra is presently the Chairman, Food Commission of Madhya Pradesh and continued under the National Food Security Act. He has served as a member secretary of Indian Council of Social Science Research, Ministry of Education, Government of India from October 2016 to October 2022. He is a professor of economics and he has served CCS University, Meerut, India. His research interests include governance and economic development, corporate governance and performance of various industries, intellectual property rights, India concerns, foreign trade investments, interdisciplinary studies, etc. He has to his credit 2 books entitled Disaster Management for 2020 through Agenda Sustainable Development Goal and Economics of Education. He has published a number of papers in renowned international and national journals. He has also been part of many international research expert panels and committees. He has supervised theses of a number of PhD and MPhil scholars. He has been a member of good number of important committees of the Government of India. He has been on the board of several institutions of national and international importance such as Indian Council of World Affairs, Indian Council for Cultural Relations, Indian Statistical Institute, Indian Citation Index, European India Platform, Association of Asia Social Science Councils, Science Council of Asia, Institute of Economic Growth, Institute of Social and Economic Challenge, Institute for Studies in Industrial Development, and many more social and science research institutes of India and the world. He has been many more social science research institutes of India and the world. He has been instrumental in many social science research collaborations at the international level. Thank you. Over to you, sir.
Thank you for reading my biographical sketch. When you, from the dais, hear all this, you definitely develop a feeling that perhaps it's being said about somebody else and not about me. So that's the larger feeling, in fact, I had. Friends on the dais, I feel that each one of us starts from somewhere. And it is finally, I'm reminded of few lines of Sachidanand Hiranand Vasyayan Agya, who said that एक हद तक कहानी हम बनाते हैं, उससे आगे कहानी हमें बनाती है. To some extent we make a story, and thereafter it is the story that makes us. Friends on the dais, from Institute of Management Sciences, Kolkata. We have heard also Dr. Sandeep Kar, President, Conference Organizing Committee. Dr. Ronald Smith, Dr. Irshad Ali, my friend from IEA, Professor D.K. Madan, Major General retired, S.K. Thiruna Wakurasu. I hope I'm pronouncing it correctly. You could correct me. Dr. Srimala Pereira. I could see many known faces among the audience also. Professor Verma, Professor Vardarajan, Professor Anirban Sarkar. I've been interacting with many of those on a regular basis. It is one such occasion that we are jointly organizing it with Institute of Management Sciences, Kolkata, also here in Sri Lanka, in collaboration with a very prestigious university of Moratowa. Of course, researchers prove this point that academic activities, research activities, or any new thought, if it is developed in collaboration with those who have been working in those areas, it definitely reaches the best possible points that it could reach. In fact, when this invitation was extended to me, I had to perform the role of guest of honor. I thought that it's going to be one such occasion that I'll be sitting more among the audience and listening to what is happening on the stage. I would have a better learning experience. But later, when my role got changed, I thought that it is again the same role that I have to say a few things, prepare myself a little more, than take this liberty as a student or as a learner of sitting there and hearing more or being receptive to the things. But anyway, there are few things which I would like to share with you this evening. The organizers of this conference have very thoughtfully kept this broad theme of Industry 5.0, prospect and retrospect. And then there are a number of sub-themes: impact on economic development, MSME, smart manufacturing, emerging technologies and consistent skill sets, applied healthcare, smart education and human capital, social development, and sustainable environment. Truly speaking, initially I had an impression that within these 2 days, how would it be possible to cover this broad area, which is subdivided into a number of sub-themes, in fact. But when I looked at the whole issue a little deeply, I got that this issue definitely has got its trickle-down or spread effects over all these sub-themes, and they would definitely need a mention or maybe an expert treatment from the scholars who would make their presentations here over these 2 days. Needless to say that India-Sri Lanka relationship is very, very deep. Deeper than we could appreciate. It is more than 2,500 years old. This is how we have grown together. I could see the traces of that in our national anthems also, which were run in the beginning itself. To give you a little broad idea of how do I look at the things personally, number one, and I prepared a complete article on that, but I don't think that I have that much time to go through all parts of that. So I'll be confining myself to discuss those dimensions of the issue with you this evening, which I feel would definitely need your attention, and which I feel are of perhaps little greater importance than the points that I'm going to skip. One, there have been numerous or a scores of paradigm shifts in the recent past 10, 15, 20 years. That's one thing. In the science called economics, we have witnessed that people have started to say something that they were thinking all the times was not happening. For example, for the West, we were always assuming that the situation of unemployment there is cyclical in nature, whereas the situation pertaining to unemployment in developing world is structural in nature. There is a big paradigm shift in that. Number of Nobel laureates in the recent past have commented and researched on this issue, and they have come out with an idea that there is a time lag now between the advancement in technology and the opportunities in terms of employment being created for the future generations. Another way to think about the things relates to poverty. We used to always think, and many of us still continue to think, that one's poverty cannot be removed at the cost of somebody else who is better off. There is a strong realization in the world over the last 20, 25 years that all of us can grow together. This world can be without poverty in days to come also. Whether that is achieved or not, I'll come to that aspect a little later. It is in this light the very idea of SDGs appeared before the whole world. I remember very well, in my childhood days, the discussion around the existence of opportunities in the world used to be around that opportunities are limited. So whenever it is belonging to or it is going to one, it is going at the cost of somebody else. In the new world, with the help of the technology, every day we are creating new opportunities. And the lot which was beneficiary of the previous developments, they may not be beneficiary of the new developments, but the new lot who is involved in the process of perhaps somewhere upscaling it, somewhere enhancing it, somewhere intensifying it, they may be the beneficiaries of that. Professor Madan tried to make my task simpler and helped me indirectly in the sense that he talked about various industrial revolutions, beginning from one in 1780. Second revolution was set to begin somewhere around 1870, and it took place with an idea of mass production through assembly lines. The third industrial revolution, some people in the later phase of it held it as Industry 3.5 also. It was almost 100 years after 1870, 1970, that Industry 3.0 saw automation through the use of computers and electronics. Few years back, I remember the beginning of that Industry 4.0 was somewhere around 2006 when a meeting took place in Germany. And we were talking about, I remember in 2017 or 18, I delivered a lecture on Industry 4.0 and the possibilities of Industry 4.0 really taking shape or taking deep roots in India. Will that be so easily possible or not? Because when I look at the spread of the Indian industry, it is so diversified and there are so many levels of operation that to simplify that and say that we are going ahead with Industry 4.0 perhaps may not be in fitness of all things that we intend to say. So we are currently living in fourth industrial revolution, which is based around the concept of digitalization and includes automation, artificial intelligence technologies, connected devices, data analysis, cyber physical systems, and digital transformations. I said that I'll be skipping few parts. Why? Just after, let's say, I said 2006 marks the beginning of fourth industrial revolution. And 2023, we are talking about Industry 5.0. Because somewhere there is a strong realization, and this is why in the beginning I said that there are scores of paradigm shifts. Something has been very strongly felt, whether we talk of Industry 1.0, 2.0, 3.0, 3.5, 4, and now 5. And that has happened in the entire development debate also. We were talking for several years, for centuries together, we were talking of growth. The focus from growth shifted to development. And then somewhere, when we talk about development till date, again, we do indulge ourselves in this type of discussion that the development is an outcome of a high growth rate or low growth rate or a reasonable growth rate. Such issues that they keep emerging and they are debated upon. From development, we had a strong realization, perhaps development, whether we talk of infrastructure development or any other nature or dimension of development, is not reaching the desired objectives. And that is why the whole world started to talk about the sustainable development. We had a strong realization the development we were talking was coming at the cost of the future generations. And that is why we started to think in terms of and talk about sustainable development. Over the last few years, along with sustainable development, the discourse has definitely moved towards inclusive development also. So not only we have to make this development sustainable, we have to make it inclusive also, so that every section of population of a large-sized country like India or a small-sized country anywhere in the world, they must definitely have certain gains from this process of development and be the beneficiaries of that. So under fifth industrial revolution, along with the focus on machinery, computers, robots, there is a strong focus on man also. Based upon personalization and the use of collaborative robots, which are termed as cobots also these days. Workers are free to deliver value-added tasks for customers. The latest iteration goes beyond manufacturing processes to include increased resilience, a human-centric approach, and a focus on sustainability. The increased focus on sustainability and resilience means that businesses become more agile and flexible, while also having a positive impact on society. Thus far, our belief was that technology or businesses, they are meant for profit motives or profit maximizations. They are not meant to drive the society towards a greater degree of development. If I look at the summary statement of what was expected from Industry 4.0, and then we will talk about what it could deliver also. The key benefits expected from Industry 4.0 were enhanced productivity through optimization and automation, real-time data for real-time supply chains in a real-time economy, greater business continuity through advanced maintenance and monitoring possibilities, higher quality products as a result of real-time monitoring, IoT-enabled quality improvement and cobots, better working conditions and superior sustainability, personalization opportunities that will earn the trust and the loyalty of the modern consumers. when we look at Industry 5.0, as I said, there is a strong realization that somewhere we were missing the buses that we intended to very much catch. The government explained how it aimed to drive innovation, which wasn't just a matter of technological innovation, but also about social innovation, with society overall put at the center, a bit like Japan's idea of society 5.0. I remember when I joined as member secretary in my first interview to Hindu, which is a very popular daily in India, especially in the southern part of the country. The correspondent asked me this question, that how do you look at the world of the research, sciences, development? I said the focus has to be on society. And there is a strong realization that we are moving forward in terms of technology, but society somewhere is lagging behind. Whereas the society must have grown, must have developed in tandem with the development in technology, advancements in one or the other dimension of the society or the economy. When I look at it, you say that technology has gone, within a span of 10 years, the technology has gone ahead by almost as it might have gone in 100 years. But where is the society finally? It was moving ahead at a very slow pace. And that is why I intend to, one of the most, because I just said that Germany thought in terms of Industry 4.0, and Japan came out with an idea of Industry 5.0 to come, because there has to be a Society 5.0 as well. The strategic orientation, which among others would drive research and development priorities and involve several departments, include 5 core elements. One of them was the definition of priorities with regard to future tasks to create value and enhance quality of life, with one such future task being digital economy and society. It also includes standardization of products and services, international collaboration, very importantly, education, research, and development. And it also addresses ecological and social challenges as resource efficiency, environmental protection, and urbanization. The term Industry 5.0 refers to people working alongside the robots. Not robots taking primacy, but people working alongside the robots and smart machines. It's about robots helping human work better and faster by leveraging advanced technologies like the Internet of Things and big data. I hope that on some other occasion I would have opportunity to discuss in detail with you all these things. But here I would just be confining myself to the broad ideas. The manufacturers who understand the value of human intuition and problem solving, we need those manufacturers. We need those industrialists who understand the value of human intuition and problem solving capabilities and position them like that in this process. This course of industrialist, I read from the Tesla CEO's admission. I'm holding it as admission, who admitted that excessive automation at his company was a mistake, tweeting that humans are underrated. Humans are underrated. While robots are much more consistent with humans and better at precision work, they are inflexible and incapable of the adaptability and the critical thinking that define us as humans. Industry 5.0 takes such efficiency and productivity a step further. It is about refining the collaborative interactions between humans and machines. Rather than focusing on growth, profit, and efficiency, more resilient organization, and COVID, somebody just said that COVID has proven this point, that we need resilient societies more than anything else, in fact, who could respond to such unforeseen possibilities that world was in the recent past faced with. More resilient organizations which would look to anticipate and react to any crisis to ensure stability through challenging times. Industry 5.0 extends sustainability from simply reducing, minimizing, or mitigating against climate damage to actively pursuing efforts to create a positive change. The elements which are related to the future of industry are already part of the policy initiatives, which is adopting a human-centric approach for digital technologies, including artificial intelligence. I'm happy to point out, just 2 days back, the Prime Minister of Britain, Rishi Sunak, has said that more than 34 countries have agreed that they need to have a relook at the artificial intelligence and its side effects also on the entire humanity. Upskilling and reskilling the workers, particularly digital skills. This is why in your sub-themes also, skills, education, research, they appear as sub-themes also. Modern and resource efficient and sustainable industries and a transition to a circular economy. So I will not go into still more deeper details of that. And I'm reminded of two important political lines, in fact. Longfellow, Henry Wadsworth, he said on one occasion, "Let us, and then be up and doing, with a heart for any fate, still achieving, still pursuing, learn to labor and to wait." And Rudyard Kipling, he said, "If you can walk with crowds and keep your virtue, if you can walk with crowds and keep your virtue, or walk with kings, nor lose the common touch." I think Industry 5.0 is all about that. And this is why we, all of us, need to be a little more aware about what has happened so far and where future development has to be taken forward. With these words, I thank you all for such a patient listening. Thank you.
Sir, you said you expected to sit among the audience and listen to the guests on the dais. However, even though your plans were disrupted, we could not be happier with the way things worked out, because we were truly privileged to listen to a thought-provoking address by you. So you pointed out how technology has opened up possibilities and opportunities. You started your address with, to some extent, we make our own story. So, sir, in your words, technology has made it possible for us to write our own story. But as you clearly pointed out, technology and society has to evolve hand in hand. Sir, thank you very much for such a thought-provoking speech, and we have prepared a memento to hand to you as a token of our deep appreciation. I respectfully invite the Director of ITUM to hand over the memento which has been prepared as a token of our appreciation. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm round of applause to our esteemed chief guest. Ladies and gentlemen, we have been truly privileged to secure the presence of a prominent figure on the global scale as a special guest of honor this evening, Dr. Roland Smith. I invite Senior Lecturer, Engineer Mrs. Bambaravanage to introduce our special guest of honor this evening.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It's a great pleasure to be here today. 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 It's a great pleasure to be here to
Thank you, Ms. Gayanti. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's my distinct honor and privilege to stand before you today to introduce our esteemed special guest of honors. This gentleman holds a unique place in his field, and his presence is a testament to the significance of his distinguished gathering. Our special guest of honors is a remarkable individual who has made exceptional contribution to human resource management and development. He has not only excelled in his own endeavors, but have also dedicated his time and energy to positively impact lives of others. His experience and accomplishment have inspired many, and today we have the honor of sharing his knowledge and insight. Throughout his illustrious career as an experienced global leader, our special guest of honor has a track record of sustained performance and business acumen, with oversight of human resource administration and corporate communication. These accomplishments have left an indelible mark, and his work has not only earned him accolade, but has also served as a source of inspiration to many individuals aspiring to follow his footsteps. Currently, he serves as a director at Brandix Lanka Limited. He held the positions such as co-chair of the executive committee and chief learning officer for Interglobal Living in Delhi, and senior vice president and managing director Asia Pacific for the Center for Creative Learning. His work has included assignments in North America, Europe, Africa, Southeast Asia, and South Asia. He graduated from the Boise State University and obtained his master's degree from the same. He achieved his PhD from the University of Idaho. As an academic, he was selected and served as the Skeens-Watson Visiting Professor of Leadership at Ellen Law School. Without further ado, I invite each and every of you to join me in extending a warm and enthusiastic welcome to our special guest of honor. Please welcome Dr. Roland B. Smith to the stage. Thank you. Over to you, sir.
How's everybody doing? Okay. You know, last conference that I went to that had a lot of people was in Hawaii, and the speakers would get up and they would say, "Aloha," and then everybody in the audience would say "Aloha" back. Now, I don't expect that from you today, but I'm glad you're here. And if you do me a favor, if I don't lose any of you, I want you to do something for me. And we're only going to do this for about a minute. I want everybody to stand up. This is where you stand up. Go ahead and stand up. The panel can choose to stand up, but you ought to stand up too. And this is what I want you to do. You don't leave, please. This is what I want you to kind of stretch a little bit. I kind of want you to rotate your arms. Go slowly back, forward, side, side. Take a deep breath. Okay, now what I want you to do is kind of look around. Look to the side or look forward. Look sideways, look behind you. Take a look. Take a look at all the people. Because this is what I'm going to tell you, is AI can do a lot for you. But somebody in this audience has a piece of data or information that then can be converted to knowledge, that then can be transferred to wisdom that you need. Web crawlers can help you find it. AI also can help consolidate it. But the human connection, the reason why you're here, is for people. So go ahead and sit down. Thank you for doing that with me. Also, that's a little bit of brain science too, you know. More recent brain science actually talks about that a human's capacity to, or is optimized in 20 to 25 minute chunks. Now, as soon as I heard that, I started asking for who wrote the research and what their study was like, because I'm always skeptical, because I guess I would call myself a quasi or want-to-be academic. In fact, I would like to thank everybody, because I actually see, of course, my panelists as wonderful people to listen to and learn from. But I also see everybody in the audience as the guests and the guests of honor as well. In fact, walking in, they had the tables at the front, and they had the different names on it. One of it said student, where the students would register, and I think we have some students here. And I actually stopped at the table, because I'm a lifelong learner. I have a terminal degree, but I'm a student. And I'm proud of that, and I hope we all are here, and we're going to learn from each other. So I'm going to talk to you about a couple points here. And, you know, I appreciate the long introduction. My mom told me once that you don't need to tell people about yourself, let them find out. And so those introductions are somewhat embarrassing for me. In fact, I sent to Dr. Sharmali, I sent her a shorter introduction. And I said, you could use this one. It's the one that's up there right now. It says, Roland is committed to creating conditions where humans flourish and has worked hard throughout his career to do this. That's in my heart. You know, one of the speakers talked about, let's make it better tomorrow. And that's why I appreciate you all, because I think you will. But I also am from industry, and I need you to help me today. And so part of this journey of Industry 5.0 is, I hope that you're going to shorten the time from knowledge creation to application and transfer. You know, academics, politicians, industry all understand the importance of attaining some of the UN sustainability goals. But sometimes it's hard to figure it out. And what we appreciate is the efforts that you're putting forward to help in that area. You know, so I let my grown kids, I have a daughter who has a PhD as well, and I told her I was going to have a conversation with you. And they asked what I would talk about. And so when I first got the invite, I thought I needed to come up with something very deep and academic. And so what I was going to talk to you was about anthropomorphism and the potential impact it has on social condition related to AI, digital, and I was just going to go on with this long thing. And it's an important topic, by the way, because, you know, anthropomorphism is something from Greek anthro is about people, and the morphos is about the form. And so that's also a literary term that oftentimes is used to say, how do humans assign human condition to inanimate objects? Now, the interesting world that we're in Industry 5.0 is, you know, with robotics, with AI, with a lot of these things that we're dealing with, they're not necessarily inanimate anymore. You know, so how are we going to relate? And that's where I'm going to talk about a couple quick points, and I'll just, if you don't mind, I'll have to have the the person advance the screen. I'm going to talk about Industry 5.0. I'm just going to give you a couple quick points. I'm not going to read the whole screen. You can read it, and I believe that you'll share the presentation if you want more information. So ultimately, Industry 5.0 is aimed at supporting humans, not superseding them. And I think many people spoke about that, especially those individuals who are more focused on the social side. But one of the things, as you all do your research, now I say y'all, that's a Western United States kind of comment. I've lived in Asia for 12 years, but I still have some of the language I grew up with. But what I would say is that, you know, some of the way we describe things are very helpful in humans understanding Industry 5.0 and some of the elements of it. At the same time as it helps us understand, it creates some fear. I mean, how many of you have been to one of those movies lately about AI or robots taking over the world? You know, I think that as academics, what I hope you can help us is to increase the excitement and reduce the fear, okay? The next point that I'm going to make is, just bear with me, my notes are here, is point number 2. Industry 5.0 is about finding the optimal balance of efficiency and productivity. I'll oversimplify things. That's the way I try to do it. Is 4.0 is about process, systems, and how various aspects of technology could help us be better. I see Industry 5.0 as that, but now how humans can more effectively interact. And interact in a way that doesn't increase the level of fear, that increases the ability for others to do things. One of the best classes I took as a PhD student, I had the ability to take one elective outside of what I was studying. I took it from the class, engineering, and it was this psychology of engineering, and it talked about how human minds do certain things, and therefore we need to understand how we create things to adapt to what humans do and need to do, or help them you know, push instead of pull, or turn right or turn left. And I found it fascinating because it was an early introduction to me about how important neuroscience is to unlocking our potential and our ability to create. Now, at the same time, we navigate with AI because it's patterned to a certain extent around some of the neuroscience language. And so it's a mistaken proposition to think that AI will think for us. It will enhance our ability to think. It will improve our ability to make better decisions. In fact, when I was first asked to speak, I thought, well, maybe you just ought to get the hologram in, and then give the words to the Chat GPT, and would most likely give a better speech than I would. Most likely. But I don't know that Chat GPT at this point in time would have asked you to stand up, stretch, and look around. Now, it may eventually, and I appreciate that, but it's an evolution. The third point I want to make is, and if you'd advance that to the third point, would be the progress of Industry 5.0 is unavoidable. That sounds ominous, doesn't it? I don't mean it to be. And so let me do it a different way. Now, have you ever heard of this concept of a voice vote? Now, I don't know if you'll do it, but I'm going to ask you 2 questions about change. Okay, and hopefully you'll answer one of the 2 questions I'm going to give, or 2 answers. I'm going to first ask you, do you think going forward in the future we're going to have more change or less? So your choices are more or less. I'm going to ask the question, and I want you to yell out if you think it's more or less. I know it's not traditional here, but that's what we're going to do. Do you think in the future there's going to be less change or more change? Okay, so some of you got it. What did you say over here? You said more. Okay, we got it. So we voted that there'll be more change. Second question I'm going to ask is the pace of change going to accelerate or go slower? Or let's make it easier. Is the pace of change going to go faster or slower? Ready for the question. Is the pace of change going to go faster or slower? Faster. Okay. So that's not scientific how we did that, but it's a representative sample, so I'll call it good. We decided in this room that there's going to be more change. It's going to be faster. Is the world going to be more complex or less complex? It's going to be more complex. We need, industry needs help, if that's the case. And that's what we count on y'all to do. We count on academics to help us. Now, I have an aspiration to be an academic, and sometimes I kind of become an academic for a little bit, or I write a paper, and then I pulled back to an industry experience. And then I have another chance to be kind of a quasi-academic, and then I'm pulled back. And my academic friends say to me, why don't you just stay with us? And my industry friends, you know what they say? Let me tell you what one of them said to me one time. I was working at a research institution, and at a research center. They said, Roland, that's me, you spend too much time where the rubber meets the sky. Why don't you come back where the rubber meets the road? Now that's a metaphor for tires. And at one point in time I thought, well, that person really doesn't understand what academics do. But then what I realized is that my journey is not about being over here or over here, but it's spreading my legs and standing a little bit in both worlds to be what I call a boundary spanner. Now, the problem with being a boundary spanner is that we're not fully embraced at the academic parties. And we're sometimes criticized at the industry parties. And so we need your help, okay? And there are a lot of us in industry at this point in time who are looking for your help. Very quickly, I'm going to go through a couple of pieces, a couple of images for you that I want you to look at. They're images, but they're based on papers that were written by me or colleagues in a group, and they're based on research. So the first image, if someone would show that for me. Okay, and you can quickly, don't hurt yourselves. Remember, safety first, because I worked in a factory before. Don't turn around too fast, because we don't want you to injure yourself. Okay, this, you can see right there, are links of a chain. Okay, the research that was done was in 2009, actually, when there was a great economic problem. Now, my belief is this research needs to be redone because we're also in the same climate we are now. Now, what I want you to think about is, why do I show a chain like that? Well, here's the point. Have you ever tried to pick up a chain with at least 5 links? Can you pick up one link without picking up the whole chain? No. This is actually telling senior leaders around the world that when you try to solve a complex problem, you can't just pick up one link. You pick up a chain. And that's the encouragement, what I would say, for academics, to know that while you maybe focus more narrowly on a particular topic or solution that is necessary and important, please see the connections it has with other things. That will help us. The next slide, please. The next slide's an interesting one. Okay, you see, sorry for going that, you see that's climbers. They're climbing a very tall mountain. The question is, are they climbing in a straight line, or are they climbing at angles? Angles. Well, why are they climbing at angles in a straight line? I thought from school we learned that the shortest distance between 2 points is a straight line. Why aren't they hiking in a straight line? Yeah. Well, a couple things. If they hike in a straight line, they're going to use too much energy, and most likely, they won't make it to the top. Another reason why they hike this way is if someone slips and falls, they can help each other. What happens when somebody falls, when climbing, is they're supposed to yell out, falling. Does that sound very calm? But sometimes when people fall, they don't yell. And so it becomes the responsibility of somebody else in line to yell falling, and then they drop down and they dig in their ice axes. And so what happens is people don't fall. They arrest, they learn, and they go to the next level. The lesson here that applies to Industry 5.0 is, while we would like it to be a straight line, we're going to zigzag on this. And sometimes when you're zagging or zigging and it looks like you're not going up, know that you're creating the energy to continue on. And so that's one of the lessons we would say for leadership in 5.0 is to remember that it's not always a straight line to success, even in your research. Okay, the next image. The next image is actually one of my favorites. This is whitewater rafting. Any of you been whitewater rafting before? And the other one is a crew team that actually was defeated many times and then won a gold medal. It happens to be a US team. And then the research is referenced there. It talks about what does it take to be high performance teams. And what it talks about is a little bit about alignment. It also talks, the research says a lot about, in an interesting way, it talks about chaos theory. Many of you know what chaos theory is. It's a mathematical kind of idea, concept that says that you can always find patterns in chaos. Classic example is what they call the butterfly wing example. But I would tell you, if you look at this picture over here, going down the white water, a gentleman told me one time, a businessman, an industry person, said, being in business today is like being in a state of perpetual white water. Okay, so the lessons from this is that you need to have a leader in the back who knows what they're doing. But if you look at that picture closely, many of the people are not paddling. So to navigate complex and chaotic times, we as leaders need to be able to see the pattern through this chaos, and we can. And to a certain extent, your research will help us do that, as well as listening to experts and applying those two together. Another thing is remind people who are so worried that sometimes the path to success is sometimes just to paddle. Meaning, know that change is coming, know that it's coming faster, know that the world's more chaotic, but know that you can get through. The sun will rise the next day. We all need to paddle. Okay, I think the last image I'll show you. Go one more. Now this is a very interesting one to me and to my friends in India. I spent several years in India. I worked for a company called Interglobe. Many of you don't know Interglobe, but many of you have sat on an Indigo jet, which is one of the Interglobe companies. This is a derailed train in India. And I don't want to focus on derailment, although I can tell you how leaders derail. I'll quickly do that. Leaders derail because they are unable to navigate or lead change. Leaders derail because they're unable to deliver results, whether those are academic results or business results or political results. Leaders derail because they have an inability to lead a team. Leaders derail because they have too narrow a strategic or functional experience. Now I pause on that one because many of you are very successful because you are so focused. I'm just suggesting, and I won't make eye contact with you, that continue to be as narrowly focused on what you're an expert at, but make sure you're looking up enough to see the connections, because that's what's going to make a significant difference. And then finally, the last thing that causes derailment is an inability or ineffectiveness in interpersonal relationships. That's for the most senior leaders across industries and across the world. Now, the reason I show this picture more, because I want to focus on derailment, which is not really a word, but there are ways to derail trains that get off the tracks. In fact, I visited a place in the US in Texas where they had an instrument that was about this big, that was about levers that you could put, and it would effectively get the train on track. Now, I'm not here to talk to you about let's do a business on creating re-railers for train. I'm talking about, one, in the first case, don't derail. Two, if someone you know or an organization you know happens to be kind of going off the rails a little bit, the work that you do can help keep them on track or help them re-rail. And that's also the role that we have as individual leaders. So the last picture I'll show you, I think it's the last one, is one that I think I'll end with, is the last image. Okay. It's some research that was done on different organizational cultures as well as individuals who work in cultures. They're dependent cultures, and they function. There are independent cultures and individuals, and then there are interdependent organizations and individuals. In my experience historically, academics on a journey oftentimes are what we call independent achievers. They're in institutions, but oftentimes they're individual contributors, sometimes with others, sometimes with us. But the power that you all have, and the reason why I was really willing to come and speak to you all, because I was excited how I saw 8 different panels or areas. I saw all the papers that you were talking about, and what I see is the strength that you have in what we call interdependence. And that's the people that are doing that are called interdependent achievers. And that's what I hope you all are. I believe you all are. And then I show you these ropes, because these ropes are also used in climbing. And so even though I talk about interdependence, ultimately, if you were climbing, would you rather have 1 rope, 2 ropes, or 3? This is about trust. And we can talk about the economics of trust. And so ultimately, it is the lubricant of any industry, whether it's 4.0 or 5.0. And I think we have a unique opportunity at this conference today and tomorrow, and with each other going forward, to increase the level of trust of people who are now operating in more complex, complicated, and in some case for our associates or the workers at this level, see the potential of technology of taking something vital away from them, the ability to earn and grow. Our responsibility is to help organizations, politicians, academics, to see how we can not just reskill people, but upskill them and provide opportunities to live and grow, create the conditions where humans, their families, and their children can grow for the future. Thank you for having me. I really appreciate being here. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Your analogy about mountain climbing and water rafting goes beyond Industry 5.0. There were life lessons to be learned. Success is not always a straight path. And as our esteemed guest pointed out, when you are zigging and zagging up the mountain, always know that success comes with chaos. Sir, you clearly highlighted the important role that academics play in industry. You spoke of the importance of trust. And you started your speech saying that AI is not something to be scared of. And these words coming from an expert like you helps to set our minds at ease. And this is what will help to create the trust between industry and academics. Thank you very much, sir. And we have prepared a memento as a token of our appreciation. Once again, I invite the director of ITUM to present our special guest of honor with a token of appreciation. Ladies and gentlemen, please give another round of applause for our esteemed guest of honor. Ladies and gentlemen, next is the presentation of the prestigious Business Designer Award. The Business Designer Award is presented by the Institute of Business Designers in India. This award celebrates innovation, creativity, and visionary thinking in the world of business design. To better articulate the significance of this award, I invite the head and chair of the Institute of Business Designers in India and the president of IIMS, Dr. Sandeep Kar.
Again, this Business Design Award, this is something new. The Institute of Business Designers, Kolkata, is the first institute in India, probably in the world also, to confer, to register the practice license for the qualified, skilled business designers in different fields. What is business design actually? Business design means include the principles of design along with the management tools and technique in the arena of business. It's a creativity, it's a innovation, and thinking something beyond the ordinary available things. Design is not always expensive. Design is not always very tough. Simple is the best. This is the fundamental of design. Today's this award, the Institute of Business Designers, along with IIMS, it's a token appreciation for that entrepreneur, for that startups who really contributing to the Industry 5 at ground level. Not like us, just saying theoretical, and theoretical. This conference means some papers, some talk shows, some discussion, and everybody forget after that. No. Our conference means it is in ground reality. It is in an appreciation for the talented people. The last time when I visited here, I have seen one gentleman, his work, his creativity, which is unbelievable. I forwarded his, CV along with his work to our committee, and they have accepted that. And today, this gentleman is here. May I request you, please come on the dais.
Mr. Fonseca, we are going to officially introduce you with one of our senior lecturers. So ladies and gentlemen, as Dr. Sandeep Kar pointed out, the winner of the Business Designer Award for 2023 is Mr. Padmashanta Fonseca. Mr. Padmashanta Fonseca is an exemplary entrepreneur and a visionary thinker in the field of sustainable design. And to formally introduce our Business Designer Award recipient, I invite Senior Lecturer Dr. Nadika Tisera.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, esteemed guests. So it is my distinct honor to present today evening you an exceptional individual who has demonstrated outstanding proficiency in both education domain, serving as a highly respected school principal and in the realm of entrepreneurship. With a profound dedication for innovation and an unwavering commitment to sustainable practices, our distinguished guest has come up with an innovative way of extracting fibers and pulp from banana. So this innovative method has resulted in the development of a remarkable array of commercial products. So these include sophisticated plating items, eco-friendly yogurt spoons, and a range of practical sanitary products. So Mr. Fonseca's entrepreneurial endeavor has not only redefined the boundaries of what is achievable within the industry, but has also established an exemplary standard for environmentally conscious business practices. So as these gentlemen stand here today, so in my point of view, I have the question, this Industry 5.0 and the AI, how they could help and flourish individuals like Mr. Fonseca in achieving their targets in sustainable practices. So I kindly request Mr. Fonseca to grace the stage as we present him with the Business Design Award in recognition of his substantial contribution to the field of education and his groundbreaking achievements in the sphere of sustainable commercial product. Thank you.
I invite Dr. Sandeep Kar to honor our winner with the Uttariya. Ladies and gentlemen, now we will honor our Designer Award winner recipient with a Uttariya. And I invite the chief guest and our special guest of honor to present the Business Designer Award to our recipient. Chief guest, Professor V.K. Malhotra, we have a token prepared for Mr. Fonseca. And I invite the special guest of honor, Dr. Roland Smith, to hand over the certificate in honor of this. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm round of applause to the Business Designer Award recipient for 2023. Ladies and gentlemen, we have reached a pivotal moment in the history of this conference. You are about to witness the signing of the Memorandum of Understanding between the International Institute of Management Sciences in India and the International University of Business, Agriculture and Technology in Bangladesh. I cordially invite Dr. Sandeep Kar, the President of IIMS, and Professor Abdul Raab Mia, the Vice Chancellor of the International Institute of Business, Agriculture and Technology, to join us for this ceremonious event. Ladies and gentlemen, this Memorandum of Understanding will mark the beginning of a new chapter in the conference's journey, one that promises growth, innovation, and shared success. Ladies and gentlemen, we are seeing history in the making. This is the signing of the Memorandum of Understanding between the International Institute of Management Sciences in India and the International University of Business, Agriculture and Technology in Bangladesh. Ladies and gentlemen, now it is the time to launch the 2021-2022 conference proceedings of IIMS. To officially launch the conference proceedings, I respectfully invite the Sri Lankan editor of the conference proceedings and former head of the research unit of ITUM, Dr. Samanthi Mathugama. Ladies and gentlemen, Dr. Samanthi Mathugama will now launch the 2021-2022 conference proceedings, and she will respectfully hand it over to our distinguished audience on the dais. Our chief guest is officially launching the IIMS 2021-2022 conference proceedings. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a warm round of applause. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now approaching the conclusion of this inauguration ceremony. To deliver the vote of thanks, I respectfully invite the Vice President of IIMS and the Head of the Research Unit of ITUM, Dr. Srimala Pereira.
Thank you, Gayanti. Honorable Chief Guest, Special Guest of Honor, Director ITUM, respected keynote speakers, President and the Secretary of the IIMS Global Conference, Conference Co-Chairs, Hospitality, Publication, International Relations and Research Unit, our most valued guest invitees, my dear colleagues, students, and our valuable sponsors, a very good evening to all of you. Thank you is such a prayer that cannot be seen or touched. It must be felt by heart. I feel honored and privileged to get the opportunity to propose a vote of thanks on this special occasion on behalf of the conference co-chairs and the organizing committee of ITUM IIMS Joint International Conference. First of all, I extend a very heartfelt gratitude to our chief guest, Professor V.K. Malhotra, for kindly accepting our invitation to be the chief guest this evening in spite of his busy schedules. We are all inspired by your collaboration to this mega event and your great words, sir. I am extremely grateful to the special guest of honor, Dr. Roland Smith. Your presence and blessings will be certainly boosting the morale of academic community here today. I also wish to express my gratitude to the Director ITUM, retired Major General S.K. Tirunavukarasu, for being the inspiration for the conference success. Your minute-to-minute guidance and support encouraged us towards the success of this great event, sir. I would like to express my deepest gratitude to the President of the IIMS conference, Dr. Sandeep Kaur. Your meticulous organization, attention to detail, and tireless efforts behind the scenes played a crucial role in making this event a resounding success. Thank you very much, sir. You were the driving force behind this event. I would also like to express my sincere appreciation to the Secretary of the IIMS conference, Professor Irshad Ali. Your unwavering support made this event a success. I would like to express my heartfelt gratitude to Professor D.K. Madan for your invaluable contribution in providing a concept note for the conference. I would like to mention especially our Deputy Registrar of ITUM, Mr. Nalin Kuruppuarachi, and other conference co-chairs for being giant poles in success of the event. It has not been possible to organize this mega event without your active support and regular interaction from time to time with me. Thank you. Thank you so much, dear colleagues. I would like to thank all the honorable delegates who blessed us with your presence today. Then, I would like to acknowledge our esteemed special invitees from around the world. Dear sirs and madams, thank you for gracing today's event with your presence. My dear research committee members, your patience and guidance should be greatly valued. Thank you very much for providing encouragement at every point of time in the organization of this conference. I would like to express my gratitude to all the staff members of ITUM, including the heads of divisions, my colleagues, administrative staff, and everyone else who has been a part of our team. An event of this dimension cannot happen overnight. The wheels start rolling months in advance. We have been fortunate enough to be backed by a team of very motivated and dedicated. They are the members of the ITUM Conference Planning Committee. This conference wouldn't have been a success without the vibrant and energetic members like you, Dr. Manoja, Dr. Samanthi, Dr. Nadika, and Ms. Vatsala, who assembled precisely to deliver this conference. Thank you all. I wish to thank all the authors who have sent their research papers to ITUM IIMS Joint International Conference and contributing this event with us your findings and opinions. Thank you very much, the local and foreign partners, presenters, for sharing your knowledge with us. I extend a big thank to all the reviewers for providing their constructive comments in time and help towards the improvement of quality of papers presenting in the conference. I would like to express our sincere appreciation to the Army Band and Performing Arts team. I am grateful to our dedicated aesthetic lecturer, Mrs. Lakni Kusumsiri, and our talented students for their exceptional contributions to the success of our cultural event, which is going to happen in a while. Your performance and efforts will truly enrich our inaugural day program. My dear participants, without your presence, no such conference would be possible. A big thank goes to you too. I am also highly grateful to all the sponsors for your timely support for the conference. Without your support, we could not have done the conference to this level in these trying times. The main sponsor, TJ Lanka, thank you for coming on board with us and for your generosity. And then JJ Mills also for your support with the sponsorship. Any event of such a magnitude cannot be made possible without the proper technical support. Thank you very much, technical team, for your invaluable support. I must not overlook the assistance of Ms. Gayanti and Ms. Shalini, who served as compeers in the inaugural session. Thank you very much, my dear colleagues. I must not forget the media personnel, including Derana, who covered the event. Thank you very much. A mega event like this requires meticulous planning and execution and an eye for details. I cannot thank everyone enough for the involvement they have shown and the willingness they have expressed to take on the completion of tasks beyond their comfort zones. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, I want to state that I am most grateful to all contributors in numerous ways. I thank you all for being with us in this evening. It's been a great pleasure. Thank you once again. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam. Ladies and gentlemen, an event of this caliber would not be possible without our sponsors. And this, ladies and gentlemen, is our main sponsor, TJ Lanka.
ah
Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to conclude this inauguration ceremony with some grandeur. As Sri Lankans, we are immensely proud of our rich and cultural heritage. And today we will provide you a glimpse into our treasured history through a series of cultural dance performances. So I invite you all to immerse yourself in the enchanting movements of this dance performance.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to another special and enriching part of our research conference, the cultural event. Indeed, every nation or community has its own language, customs, and culture that represent them. People all over the world recognize their distinct communities mostly through their cultural aspects. Today, we have the opportunity to witness the heritage and diversity of Sri Lankan culture in terms of dance and music. On this remarkable day, we are ready to escort you all through a wonderful landscape of Sri Lankan culture, dance, and music. To mark the commencement of this special cultural show, we are about to witness the Puja dance, a ritualistic dance performed to offer homage to the Triple Gem, the Buddha, the Dhamma, and the Sangha, and to seek the blessings of the guardian deities of our land for this academic forum. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the Sri Lanka Army Dance Troupe to perform the Puja dance. We hope this dance will bring blessing to this academic forum. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, our next event, the mass dance, is another ritualistic dance that is inherent to the low country dance tradition of Sri Lanka. It is based on the Thowil and Kolam dance forms of our country. To perform this beautiful dance and to take you through a panorama of Sri Lankan traditional dance culture, please put your hands together to the Sri Lanka Army Dance Troupe again. Thank you very much. It was one of the eye-catching performances for all of us. Ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you something about the next captivating dance type of Sri Lanka, which depicts the richness of Sri Lankan cultural dance. Vannam are considered one of the main components of Kandyan dance tradition. They include rhythmic forms of steps and movements which are native to each Vannama. Basically, there are 18 Vannam that have derived their inspiration from nature, legends, and religion. Now we are going to witness one of the Vannam which depicts the majestic walk of the elephant which appears in one of our sacred legend. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite Ms. Lakshmi Kumarasiri, lecturer attached to the Division of Interdisciplinary Studies, and a visiting lecturer, a professional dancer, Mr. Dilip Bandara, to enthrall the audience with their dance that reassemble the dignified features of the elephant. Similarly, the credit for the choreography of this wonderful event goes to both Ms. Lakshmi Kumarasiri and Mr. Dilip Bandara. Dear performers, the stage is all yours. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for joining us once more for a mesmerizing performance. Now we are presenting an amazing dance that has been designed based on Mayura Vandama, a traditional dance that enacts the graceful movement of the peacock. I would like to invite Sri Lanka Army Dance Troupe again to give us an opportunity to witness the beautiful vibes of Sri Lankan cultural dance.
සැරද මියුරින්දු සඳ මියුරන් නදින් නදනා
Thank you very much. I'm sure this dance made you all aware of another aspect of Sri Lankan dance, leaving fond of memories in your hearts. Dear esteemed audience, the next item is a Sri Lankan folk dance which showcases the diversity of Sri Lankan dance forms. This performance embeds the Raban and Tala music. Now, it is the time to witness the exceptional talents of engineering technology students of ITUM. We appreciate their talents and dedication and for being here amidst their busy academic schedules. Even though they are engineering technology students, I'm sure today they're going to amuse us with their aesthetic talent that have fine-tuned their personalities to a great extent. The beautiful dance item was choreographed by Ms. Lakshmi Kumarasiri and Mr. Dilip Bandara. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together and welcome our students on stage. I would like to especially thank ITUM students for their splendid dancing performance that added a huge pride to ITUM. Dear attendees, there are three major dance traditions in Sri Lanka: Kandyan dance, Sabaragama dance, and the Low Country dance traditions. The next item of this cultural event is a blend of all three dance traditions of Sri Lanka that showcase the richness of Sri Lankan traditional dance. I invite the Sri Lanka Army Dance Troupe to entertain us with their captivating performance.
රන්දමලා ගෙලේ දෙවුර බරණ සලුපි ලී රන්ගිරිලා බන්දි වලලු ආතේනාදදී දී පළමුව බුදුන් බඳලාව සරගංගන දෙවනුව බුතුන් දෙවියන් හට පින්දෙමින බැන්ද බුඩින් සඳ පායන එලියා සඳ දිදී බඹ රුන්නාද කෙලියා ලසන කුසුමාසන බඳගිනි කොන එකරවා පස දලු මුරදිප දුප දක්වමිනේ පුද තෙල් මල් බුලතින ගත සුමන දෙවි වඩිනේ ගිනි කොන තරගමේ තෙදල් බලු හස්පාන නිතර තුරේ රණ මයුරකු පිට වඩින අප අතරේ අතමුතු අරද නොමගන කඳ කුමරේ රැක දෙන්න තුර යැහෙන ගොඹ තුරේ යට වැඩ සිටිරුවට වෙසඟ පොහෝදා පැපුන් සඳට මෙසඟ යකුන් එළවති දස දෙසට මෙ පවඳිම් කොස බමල රාජුට
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, the final and fitting culmination to this enthralling cultural show is an entertaining drum fusion performance, a wonderful musical genre that combines features of various musical traditions of Sri Lanka as well as other countries. I invite you all to experience this wonderful performance and explore the rhythm within you. Again, this special invitation is for the Sri Lanka Army Dance Troupe. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, we have now reached the culmination of this captivating cultural event with that mesmerizing performance. Please, let's join our hands in a round of applause to express our heartfelt appreciation for the incredible contributions made by all the performers who have truly made this cultural show a memorable experience for each one of us. I extend my sincere gratitude to each of you for your enthusiastic participation. And on behalf of the organizing committee, I'm thrilled to extend an invitation to you to join us with the inaugural dinner. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, and may you all have a wonderful and enjoyable evening.